stream right in the middle of fighting a boss. That is something I would never do, and therefore I want you all to be very, very assuaged to the fact that that's never going to happen. Fear not. More into it. I mean, he sure looks like one. You know, I've been getting all kinds of levels. I sure don't feel like it. I guess that's just the Breath of Fire experience. Of course he does the AoE next. He's only got one AoE. Well, that's an interesting problem to have. Uh-huh. Thank you, Mr. Red. Always appreciate. I do apologize for the late start today. Today is a start with a headache day. I will put that towards... Oh. Ranger Paradise. 16 and Star Ocean 2R. Thank you, Blade to roll. Yeah, sorry. I was already in the middle of a sneeze when I caught myself. Okay. Just stop quaking, please. Is he just gonna chain quake? He doesn't chain quake. Wish I could see how much health the boss has left. That'd be useful information. I'm not trying to learn anything. I'm just trying to kill him. Like that. This is why I set Pico up the way I did. Best part is that was an easy boss fight. The next couple ones, not so much. The heat must have been too much for her. Who can blame her? Having to fight that monster after walking for so many days. No, actually, Von Falkenstein. They just died. Unfortunately, Yura, yes, I have. I'm sorry, Trio. We're so close. We won't be able to go any further with her in that condition. What should we do, Trio? Step 1. Heal. Is Nina okay? I'm not exactly in great shape myself either, but... Sorry, I don't want to slow you down like this. How bad is she? The princess. Right. We were so close, too. I suppose we could just use the Rakta and start over. I mean, we know the way by now, right? Raktas. Strong, sturdy, and able to live in the desert. They can take anyone lost back to base camp. Raktas have another talent as well. No, I don't own it, Mr. Rudd. Wait, seriously? Is nothing indicating what I could do here? It ain't her fault. Maybe we're not just not supposed to make it. Isn't it okay? I'm not exactly in great shape myself either. Yeah, I guess the game doesn't tell me what I can do here. Whatever. I happen to know what to do next. The meat of Rakta has water and other nutrients that can resuscitate a person suffering from heat stroke. Thanks for telling me that after I do the required thing in order to accomplish pushing forward through the game. Cool. Like, I get the narrative implication there. The idea is, now we're stuck. We cannot go back. We're locked in. No second chances. No retreats. We're stuck. Doesn't really do a really good job of demonstrating that, but that's the idea. I'm really curious how the outro of 3 is going to handle. Because the biggest thing I remember about the outro of 3 is hating the end. We might finish it today, Blade of All. I was really hopeful we'd finish it during the first shift, and then I saw just how many bullcrap dungeons are ahead of us. It's like 4. Hydrohexia. Up in the week of Nina, the party makes their way to the oasis. Yeah, BoF 2 and 3 have... Actually, honestly, all 3 BoF games have really solid intros. Like, getting better each game. Daddy, come quick. There's some people who need help. Be it calm. Your lady friend is caring for by my wife. Please, until you are being fully rested, we want you to stay and have our good hospitality. Thanks. Honestly, 1 is the most irritating, so I'm going to put that, Traxia. Are you sure you should be up? It's alright, I'm fine now. Sorry I worried everyone so much. What is Trio and everyone else doing? They're over there, talking to the chief about where we're heading. That's another thing. You notice a lot of the story of this section also kind of drags. I mean, there's always been a little bit of an empty text problem in this game, but only a little. But now it's like, hey, we're going to meet God. It's like, yeah, we've known that for like 12 hours of game time. It's L1 era on BoF 3. I am regrettable, but I know not of that which you see. Honorable Fa. You know of any ruins or something similar nearby? Ruins it is you are looking for? Then we are having. To the north, over the hill, there is being a place very old we call Kerzan, the ruins of an old city. Excuse me. You've done so much for us. Thank you for everything. It's alright. Since the desert gives us so little, we share what we have with each other. Only Trio and Nina, late tomorrow. Nina's up and awake. She says she's fine. Ah, so this is meaning you are leaving then, yes? Thank you so much for all you've done for us. No, Triaxia. It is being no bother. I am hoping you find soon that which you are seeking. Pretty sure I actually need Momo for this sequence, so sorry, Ray. The good news is she's at least on a good master. I mean, everyone is at this point. Yeah, our AP is up to 107 on Trio. Who says nothing can live in the desert? Look at us, we're alive, aren't we? You know, debatable. Let me rob you really quick. I don't think there's anything that could kill my wife. Anything? The ruins? There's nothing there anyway. Why don't you stay here and play with us? If you climb that hill, you can see Kirazan. Time to mayonnaise it up. Once letting go, I went out to the desert on a trip. Let me tell you about what happened when I found the super optional gear. Oh yeah, you're. Yep, yep, that's great. Oh my god, I said no. Need to restock on vitamins, because we spent a lot on that fight. Saving the rest of our money, because we're about to find some very expensive stuff. Oops. We actually buy the best weapon in the game for Momo. In terms of pure stats, I think I might actually stick her with the homing bomb, though. Here we go. That's what I wanted. Yes, thank you. I need to be staying hydrated on a day when I have this bad of a headache. We did it. We passed the desert. I should probably give negatives to it. Because it's terrible. I don't know, Trihexa. You'll have to ask von Falkenstein about that. Okay. God damn it. So that's a super optional boss. It's like the super optional boss and the rarest one by far. So we're just gonna nope out of that. There we go. And we have now unlocked fast travel forever. We can now go everywhere if we felt like it. This whole area is the super optional area. There's... Oh my god! There's 3 types of encounters here. One is the bots, which are whatever. But then there's 2 other ones, and those are the things that are much meaner. The Archmage being the meanest. This is where you max out the game. Like this is where you get your party members to 99 if you're going that route. Or if you raise all of the master abilities on them. So, on the other side of the desert we find this. No, we've got way too much bullcrap to finish before the lunch break. I have no hope. It's also possible we'll either have to grind or use the cheats at the last end here, because, yeah. Okay, so yeah, there's some really good gear here. It's a little pricey. They're just doing what the program to, if I have to. Let's see what that gets us. So obviously, he's going to have some solo fights coming up. And I don't have the Royal Sword. There is actually a better sword for him coming up. So I think we're going to gamble on that. It's a surprisingly small upgrade for Tipo. That, on the other hand, is a colossal upgrade for Momo. That actually might be worth taking upon the mischance again. Like, that's a boost of 120 over her current damage. No, Jaxia. We could also use some force armors. And protectors. That sounds really depressing, Triaxia. Which I suppose is the point. It's good, depressing fun. Let's try it. See how this works out. Well, yeah, we're about to do World War I again, obviously, Triaxia, so it makes perfect sense. Which I'm on the front. Oh yeah, by the way, sorry. You can tell I have a headache because I'm just staring at the screen here. Every Breath of Fire game has done the same thing every other JRPG does, where there's this one part of the game that's just high-tech. It's really, really, really common. It has been since the mid-'80s. Having said that, Breath of Fire usually resists having techno stuff, except in very specific places. For example, in Breath of Fire 1, the only techno stuff was the final dungeon, Myria Station. And in Breath of Fire 2, the only techno stuff was High Fort, aka Myria Station. This is the first one to branch out from that a little bit. This city, Kairzan, and its Star Trek-y approach and modern city aesthetic is one of the first times that this setting has been allowed to push forward, or at least I suppose I should say was allowed to push forward. You notice there's nobody freaking here, and it's surrounded by a colossal desert of death. And unlike my usual nomenclature, this place is literally called the Desert of Death. Now, what I find most interesting is nothing really explains what exactly caused the abandonment of this place. There's several explanations. Some of them might be true. But when it comes down to the nitty-gritty, either Myria did this, the war did this, which is the least likely option, or they just died out on their own. Take your pick. Huh. These aren't all mutually exclusive either. Yeah, there's some options for what happened here exactly. I don't know, we don't have doors that open automatically when you approach them, even now, Yura. Well, one of the things that, so thematically speaking, one of the most likely things that happened here is that Myria decided that these people were too powerful and too dangerous for their own good. Because that's her shtick, right? Oh god, fucking Ultima floors. So, My bet is honestly on the fact that Myria killed them. That she brought the hammer down, specifically because of the fact that they were too advanced for their own good. Let me move, please. Thanks. Remember, one of the things she's been going very far out of her way is to ensure that back on the other continent, people don't advance too far, technologically, and that they only advance in certain fields. She's also been constantly practicing a thing to ensure that they are... I don't want to stay in like a constant state of famine, but definitely not doing well food-wise to ensure the population stays low. Pretty much keeping the species in a box. Station ground control. Current running in emergency lockout mode. Deactivate emergency mode. Orbital station Myria. Please use platform 1. Good morning, Walker. Yeah. For those of you who don't know, well, let's just say that in real-life history, population is almost always directly tied to food, especially in, pre-industrial era. But the reason why isn't just the obvious. It's not just people suddenly start having babies because there's more food. It's babies start surviving more because they have food. There's other factors, obviously. And yeah, longer survival, more health, equals more possibility of having more children, etc., etc. Lift from Myria Station, now at Platform 1. Myria, I keep hearing that name. That's supposed to be God? Alright then, let's go. Yeah, this is one of the reasons why I've had the theory for a while now, that if Myria kept this particular box around the world, they would actually eventually either die out or worse. That the stagnation she had enforced upon them was carrying long-term consequences that they hadn't really dealt with yet. And I should mention that there are two theories as to what Myria is in this game. I pretty firmly hold with the idea that this is what's left over after the events of both 1 and 2. But that's not necessarily the truth. So in the interest of total honesty and doing my job, it is possible that the Techno-Age people here down in Karazhan actually built this particular Myria, since we do know they were experimenting with mutant creatures and trying to design and construct their own superior life forms, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, exactly, Bregman. It has been argued, although this has also been, canned by the creators, that BOF 5 is actually a sequel to BOF 3, because in BOF 5 the population has gone to hell, and, there was an apocalypse, and the survivors are exactly that, survivors. That's a little bleak for me. But then again, Capcom games have this thing where the world just gets worse every subsequent game, don't they? Look at the Mega Mans. Or arguably the Devil May Cry's. Oh, whole party's asleep. Or the Resident Evils, yep. I mean, God, the Resident Evil movies are just the worst about that. I know that doesn't really count, but good lord. That's a good question, Traxie. Why don't we ask the sequel to ZX? Oh, wait. I mean, let's be clear. ZX was certainly a step up after Z. Z is straight up mid-apocalypse. I remember Mr. Red. I remember. When we get to Dead Rising 1, I'll be like, hey! Remember that one time? I love the total lack of railings on what is functionally a space station. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was just talking about Lotro. That's all Mr. Red talks about is Lotro. Can't get him away from it. To my knowledge, they've been planet locked since. I guess that would be Mega Man X5. Which is funny because as far back as Mega Man 3, they were going off-world. And then they just regressed and regressed and regressed. And look, it's that one guy from Darkstalkers I can't think of the name of, but he's technically the main character, even though nobody remembers who he is. I legitimately don't remember his name. Everyone always says, like, Morrigan, but actually this dude's definitely the main character in lore-wise. I do like terrible PC ports. It was Dimitri. That sounds right. Where am I going? No, that sounds pretty awesome, Zyteft. Let's make it happen. Well, you see, Geluto, it's because there's absolutely no design thought put whatsoever into the encounters, so that the encounters are thematically significant for the places they're in. What's your argument, Mr. Ed? What's going on with Dead Rising 2? Why would they, Zacteft? They've got bigger fish to fry. And if you're like, I'll help you fight the Decepticons, I'm sure they'd be okay with it. Pretty much, and did he? You can tell, because a lot of the enemies here have a lot of sprite work done to them, too. So it's like, yeah, we want to put these somewhere. It's like, okay. No, I think it's more like an absence of a positive. Using enemies to tell a story is a good thing. So, that several other games do that this game just doesn't. You might think this is the last dungeon, too. And technically you're right. But remember, we've got, like, several things after this, because for some reason, going into a space station named Myria Station up on, you know, in space isn't last dungeon-y enough for us. Oops. I actually mean to do that. Whatever. We need to go into liquid space. So I assume off the record is A on PC and B not a worse port. Mr. Red. Oh my god. And then we'll be in solid space. Then we'll go into gas space. Right. No, Yura. Although something adorable happened last night. My middle niece asked me to teach her how to play Minecraft. Which I will do, obviously. Alright, then we get into Dead Space. Nobody likes Dead Space. Oh yeah, no, the desert kind of sucked. Especially since we had to do it twice. Remember, we fast-forwarded Crazy Horse. Like, doing that legit, just tack on another hour. Possibly, considering it did sell quite well, Triax 2. We haven't done a real save in a while. You're doing a great job of selling me on these games, Mr. Red. doubly funny since BioWare got so much of their start on the Xbox era. I mean, KOTOR was on the Xbox first, and then was ported to PC. And it shows. Hey, Silent Night. Sorry, I'm a little low energy today. Pretty bad headache. Waiting for the pain pills to kick in. I think we're done with Momo, actually, for the moment. So let's go and get rid of her. Interesting entity. That's not surprising, though. I had an issue with that when I was setting up for, I think it was my Xbox controller, when I was trying to get that one working. Like, Steam was not only pulling the input, but it also was doubling it. I saw it, but hang on, Wolfenstein. So, like, for example, I would hit the down button, and it would hit down twice. Because it would register the input natively, and then it would register the input on Steam, and so every input was doubling. Which was really frustrating, let me tell you. Go away. Thank you. I'm never gonna make it near as us. I'm never gonna play Lunar. Or anything else, actually. Just, this is the rest of my show. For the rest of time, I'm just streaming BOF 3. That's it. Possibly, Europe? Like, I'm not sure what specifically was causing me the issue, so... Shrug. But it was a hurdle I had to overcome when I was testing out the controllers last week. I mean, it's whatever. I gave up on both anyways. It might as well get the best fishing rod in the game. For no reason. How did I diss on Lunar? What did I say that was bad about Lunar? Okay. Well, it's still not what I'm looking for, so whatever. Yeah, exactly. I'm just going to be stuck playing this game forever. That's not dissing. That's just a statement of fact. Die. Better than nothing. Alas, there's no way to turn off the lasers. Which is fine, it's whatever. This just allows us to go back. Well, obviously Crazy Norse. Jumping in a Capcom game? You are high, sir. Unless we get more negatives, that means it's probably going to be net positive, Crazy Norse. Because there's several story positives not codified yet. Which doesn't surprise me. Not really. This game being a net positive is not what I would call a surprise. Let's walk away from that for a moment. Yeah, 2 AoE monsters, not something I want to deal with. We're just going to run from that one. I mean, Doom has always been kind of bleeding edge. Literally, always. All the way back to the first Doom. Well, not only that, so... I mentioned this earlier. I was kind of going to save this until we fight the next boss. But it is entirely possible that the people here in Curzon built Myria Station to build Myria. Succeeded, and then things went badly. As I said, I prefer the alternate perspective that this is the original Myria, and they were using her as a baseline to do their experiments. which she is now continuing. Ah, there's the boss. Now, having said all that, there is actually a final possibility here. And that's the fact that Myria isn't deliberately trying to make these. This just, the system is automated and, well, still doing its thing. Naturally, there's a key card in the room with the Ultra Boss. I guess we're stuck. Let's stop the gas and go in and get it, yeah? Sure. Oh, I could see that craziness. Maybe trying to engineer a situation. Like, maybe she's not trying to make monsters. It's just monsters is what she's made. And she's trying to make stuff that, you know, actually works. To replace the people. This would especially be true if she is aware of the fact that she's functionally killing off the population, like we mentioned earlier. So I remember dying to this next fight quite a bit. We'll see how this goes. That would be, that would also be a possibility. Prisoners. What? I mean, honestly, this game is one of those games that irritates me because it's a little bit too in love with the idea of just come up with your own idea, right? Games that encourage speculation are fine, but games that mandate speculation tend to irritate me. Favorite stealth game? Oh, geez, I don't know. Dishonored 2 comes to mind immediately. Plague Tale Requiem was pretty good. I'm sure there's others I can't think of right now. Oh, Deus Ex Human Revolution. Or, no. Deus Ex Mankind Divided, excuse me. Think about that. Whatever the first one is, Lord Harriman. I don't think the AC games have ever been whatcha-figs. Those things that they do. I can't even word right now. Stealth games. It's already there. What's just the point of that? Do this? Not quite. Look, it's not my fault the sneaking animation is glorious in the game. Can I just walk through these? Okay. I'm done with it. I'm done with it. Let's go. So what do you think, Savacon? Do you think that this Myria, was built by the advanced civilization here and got out of hand? Or do you think that they brought the original Myria here in order to experiment on her, in order to build their new creatures? And then she, got out of hand. Yeah, I lean towards the idea that they brought the original Myria here. And we're like, hey, we're gonna use you to try and experiment on building our own creatures with blackjack and hookers. And that didn't work out. But both theories are perfectly valid. Because again, this game is a little bit too speculative in the final chapter here. I just noticed the recommended level for this is like 5 levels above where I am. I don't know, Grizzers. There's a decent chunk of BOF 3 left at this point. Like, I know it's like, but we're in the final dungeon. Like, there's the dream sequence. Ugh, there's the boss rush. Gotta have a boss rush. If I finish before lunch, I'm going to go and start Lunar today. Hopefully. I shouldn't commit to that because, you know, the idea here is to finish before lunch and then to lay down to try and get rid of this nauseating headache. But, if successful, yeah. I would rather start Lunar today than tomorrow. We're already a little bit behind because BOF 3 is BOF 3ing. Hell, we've been fast forwarding too and using walkthroughs. This game is so long. Yeah, sure. Seems fair. Alright, boss time. Keep in mind, it's been a very long time. Pretty much the entire dungeon since we've had a save point. So if we died here normally, we'd have to redo the entire dungeon. Now's our chance. Let's go get that card. Or maybe not. And boss fight. Right. Jesus Christ. Okay. That's a good question. Yeah, but you guys, that takes me a minute to get through beef jerky. Okay, so we've got some magic buffs up on the 2 backliners. Pico can just eat it. And both the backliners have also improved their speed. So, now we're going to start doing some damage. Let's go ahead and do Force and Gross, which will be damage and immunity to status effects, if I'm not mistaken. Now let's start hacking with this thing. 7,000 health. Yeah, that paralyzer, by the way, if everyone gets paralyzed, then, you know, they're dead. So, FYI. We have a couple of Panaceas, but if we run out of those, then we're dead. See, that's what we need to engineer, Crazinors. Mutants who can live off of air and water. Okay. Try one aura, see what happens. Okay, that did a couple of damage. Why don't you feed a wisdom seed into him and you just heal? What'd you think of it, Yura? Yeah, stuff like this is why I've been buffing Ryu's AP gain lately, so he can do things like he's doing right now. I am shocked that thing's not dead yet. That's a good question, Christmas. I don't know. Wait, what? That friggin' paralyzer attack. Well, last time to do anything. Really wish I could see the boss health every now and again, you know? I know. I'm just asking too much. probably wondering why I brought Ray for these fights. And that's why. No, there's another reason. Although, Lord knows he needs the experience, especially if I want to use him for the endgame fights, which I totally do. Keycard B. Doesn't look very impressive or important at all. You can just beat all. All that work for this. I mean, have you ever seen keycards? They don't look impressive. It's only in, like, movies where keycards are like these super awesome hologram affairs that you could just tell someone spent a lot of time and money on it. No, that's not what keycards are. Just spoilers. Momo can use them to destroy plant life. Okay. We're a little injured. Let's not. This is the real reason we bought Ray. To pick that lock so we could get the giant shield, the dragon shield, and the dragon helmet. We're not going to have best gear in the game on anybody, but we'll have a couple of good pieces. Listen, I love dual-wielding shields. And like any game I can get away with that in. Which is, honestly, not a lot of them. But, whenever I can get away with it, I do. Because it's awesome. Sorry, Savicum. I don't have a good accessory for him. Shield Fist is another good. Shield plus anything is pretty cool. Shields are cool. So I hope you like backtracking. You like backtracking, right? Because we pretty much have to backtrack through the entire dungeon now. Shield Spear is a classic. Excuse me. On top of everything else, I didn't sleep very well last night because of, you know, headache. Hold on. Is there a shortcut? Nope. Yeah, okay. Figured. I mean, I've wielded a shield in real life, Crazy Norse. Those things are crazy. And quite effective. And it wasn't even a tower shield. It was just a plain old round. Yeah, remember, if we die on the way back through the dungeon, we have to not only redo the entire dungeon, but also that boss we just fought. Oh, just, what do you call it? Pretend fighting. Something. I can't even remember the term for it. Reenactment? Sure, that works. That wasn't the word I was thinking of, but that totally counts. Yeah, I know, exactly, Rotu. Yeah, big old round shield? Good luck getting around that. Especially if you don't know what you're doing. Spears are cool. More games need to acknowledge that spears are cool. Like, it's such a rarity, you know? It's always about swords. And don't mistake me, swords are cool too, but come on. We need some more spear love. One of my favorite things, this is going to sound so stupid. One of the things that made me like the Paladin so much back in Warcraft 3 was the fact that they wielded a giant frickin' two-handed maul. Especially back in 2000, whatever. That was really rare. It's like, oh my god. That's so cool. Wonk! And yes, I know, Warhammer. I was just curious how high Pico's defensive stat was. You notice this up to 251, and he's almost at the 400 health range. Looks like I already got that. Cool. I didn't really enjoy Sword and Board until... Honestly, I want to say Asheron's Call was what made me realize Sword and Board is cool. I was all about dual wielding before then. I guess that's not quite true. So one time, some of you probably know that in my high school range, I used to do sword fighting just for fun. There was a class, right? Nothing fancy, nothing good. Just a little fun side thing, like you do karate or whatever, right? And that was cool and all. And I was like, alright, dual wielding is super cool. Have you ever tried to dual wield? I fell out of love with dual wielding almost immediately. And now don't mistake me, I still appreciate a good dual wield build. But, only in certain specific settings where it's as ridiculous as it should be. That doesn't surprise me, Crazy Horse. Oh, hey, the lightning's off. Woo! See, we need to invent a light shield for our Star Wars. I'm not really joking. One of the things I actually want to do with our Star Wars is come up with other light weapons. Don't mistake me. Lightsabers are cool. They are. But, like, we should have all kinds of light weapons. What was down here? Okay, that's nothing. That's nothing. Oh, absolutely, Yura. Listen, anime doesn't exist, as we all know. I mean, hell, WoW has light shields. They're magic instead of, you know, lightsaber-y, but they're still light shields. In fact, actually, Star Wars definitely has light shields. Remember those stupid shields the Gungan used in Episode 1? Thank you. Just gonna heal Ryu to max there. That is true, Blade Troll. You're correct. Blade Torval. God, I'm slurring now. I'm slurring my words. Oh, hey, a full heal. You know what? I'll take it. Because I needed that. Oh, God, it's just like at the airport all over again. I see that chest. I must loot. I must loot! Good morning, Noel. Oh, come on. So now we have to do the unthinkable. We have to remove Pico from the party. Like, we have to. There's a store behind us, Taquita, which we've already bought most of the gear from. I don't remember if there's a store ahead of us at this point. Why don't I turn the lasers off? Whatever, we need to get back to the change party thing. Kill him. The worst part is I really can't be skipping any of these encounters. I really need the experience. This is going to be the most cursed party. But again, mandatory. Need Momo, need Ray. That sucks. Depends, Savacom, but in a game like this, yeah, that would suck. Honestly, I think we're just gonna go with a normal formation for this crap. We're just gonna live with that. Right, let's get a backup save. Let's save here. Oop, there we go. It. Come on. Come on. There we go. Now the worst part is, I'm not sure where to go next. Oh, well, here it is. Gosh, it's literally right here. Interesting. What's a navigator? There's a navigators lined up over there. They're guides to the Myria orbital station. They contain numerous safety features as well as keys, called navigator codes. Yeah, that's not creepy, but sure. Anticipating that this is a bad idea, let's see what happens. I see you already have a navigator. Momo is so much lower level than everyone else, too. That's the best part. Sucks to be you. It's okay, I'm told in Lunar, trash mobs give extremely low experience, so the whole game sucks. Just because of that one thing. Because we all know that if there's one thing that sucks about a game, then the whole game is trash. Oh, that's awful. Crazy Horse. That's FF8 all over again. That's true. StarCraft 2's Big Bad is a terrible villain. Ergo, the whole game sucks. Seriously, I have to equip it. Sure. Oh, whatever. Okay. Most actiony combat in an MMO. Do me a favor and define actiony for me. Oh, when you say actiony, you mean a donation from DirectD? I think the most DirectD donations, that's why they're called DirectDs, by the way, I ever got was FF14 so far. I could be wrong about that. Fine, kill the foulweed. In that case, every Korean MMO, Europe. Because they are all one MMO. I actually have played Terra. I kind of hated it, but, I have played it. God, no! No, Yura! No! 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 Ah! 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 We're okay. We're okay. Well, either way, it looks like it just came out, DirectD. Like, today. So, sure. Why not? Thank you, DirectD. I will put that towards War Hospital. Thank you. You know, okay, so exaggerations aside. You want to hear something funny, Yura? The thing I remember least about Terra is the combat. I'm actually trying to remember right now what it felt like to just fight in that game. Because what I remember about that game is the questing, and the PvP, and the guild politics system, and the story, and the, well, the over-sexualization, and the creepiness. Okay, so we're gonna run. Yeah, just aesthetically, in terms of visuals, in terms of audio, in terms of story, in terms of atmosphere, I kind of hated the game. Which is why I'm having trouble remembering the combat. So the more truthful answer is I have no idea. Now, I would rather you not change WoW's combat because I absolutely love WoW's combat. But having said that, I'm sure there are worse fates. That's a Goo King. As I think I've said before, my biggest problem with ESO was it felt like I had my entire build at like level 20 and then it never changed again. Which, I don't know, that probably shouldn't be a bad thing because that's true in several games, but it felt like I never varied up how I fought from a certain point of the game until when I put the game down. I have always assumed I was just doing something wrong, though. Okay, so we now have to do the whole dungeon over again, which naturally means we're back here. Because I ain't doing all that crap again. Yeah, he just dropped a moon on us. Which Breath of Fire is best? Well, at the moment, it's 3. 3 is scoring the best of 1 through 3, but I haven't reviewed 4 or 5, and I will never review 6. Yeah, even if somehow someone donated a lot of money for me to review 6, that's not happening. Because I physically can't. Yay! Yay for mobile games and how they get shut down permanently after they've made their money. Which you'd think people would kind of catch on to, but whatever. Like, it's a very common thing. First thing they do is they charge tons and tons of money. And then once they've made money, they shut down the servers. Pretty much as soon as the money starts trickling out is really what it boils down to. No, it's fine. I'll have to hook up my PS4 and figure that out then. Sounds like. No, it's fine, Mr. Ed. It's just... That's a whole thing. That's all. That's all. Yeah, I've always wondered where exactly they draw their... Well, their resources from, frankly. Unless they have matter replication, because there's probably a lot of energy up here. I mean, I know, I guarantee you the developers didn't think about it that much. I tend to think about stuff like that, though, damn it. Maybe a crazy horse. Ah! Whatever. Nice place. Looks like we're outside. Just another room. Favorite sword in fiction? The Mazamiun from FF7, followed by the Mazmiun from Chrono Trigger. I can't remember the name of it, Euro. The reforged one from the movies. They actually give the name. I just can't think of it right now. Flame of the West. Yeah, Narsil was the original. Shards of Narsil. I mean, my favorite sword is Frostborn Krazenors. Also, the Mazmiun, that is to say, the one from Chrono Trigger, is definitely not Japanese-inspired. Okay. Let me jot down a negative really quick. Super quick. There's a type of broadsword I'm actually pretty fond of in real life, but like there's no individual swords that I can think of in fiction that follow that model. Sorry, 1 second, please. Okay. Ironically, despite what I just said about preferring Western weapons, my favorite weapon style in Monster Hunter is the frickin' samurai sword. Okay, let's do this. I'm going to put a backup save here because, well, you'll see. Nice little touch. The bird tries to fly out and can't. They can't tell they're inside a room. And when they try to fly, they only end up hurting themselves. Do you understand, Trio? I suppose I should have known you'd come here eventually. You are brood, after all. Ooh, Tipo! I'd like for this moment to have more impact, but honestly, I stopped caring about Tipo a long time ago. I mean, it was really easy to put him up for dead after the Balio and Sunder arc. That was days ago. Not a hint since then. So he just kind of shows up at the ending here like, hi, it's me, I'm back. Tipo, you're alive. I thought... Be silent. I must talk with Trio. Dick. Welcome, Trio. Unfortunately, your journey ends here. I can answer all your questions. Oh, that's true. We did see him once during the time skip. Actually forgot about that. I need to explain why our race had to be destroyed. See, there's this Kool-Aid, right? It's so good. You should try the Kool-Aid, Trio. Soon after we were separated so many years ago, I learned that I, too, was of the brood. Ray, Trio? Why did they do this to us? Because they're evil dickheads? Ray, Trio. Huh? What's happened to me? My body, it's... No. I'm no different from you, Trio. Oh yeah, by the way, notice how they go out of their way to explain how we exist? They never bother to explain how, Tipo exists. Like, they never actually come up with any kind of reason for why Tipo is still a brood in the modern era. He just is. I like how it's like, here's all this blood, the blood of strangers. It's all been shed, and it's just showing us all these really evil people we've killed. Oh no, it's Mikba. I'm so sad that we killed him. Oh God, you're probably right, Dakota. Nothing but hardship awaits us wherever we go. Yeah, I get it. The Kool-Aid tastes great, Tipo. I do feel bad for him. After all, he's been sitting here listening to Myria's nonsense for how many years? Like, this is his upbringing. That is the brood. That is what we are. No, he never did have a chance. I mean, honestly, this is the kind of situation that would take years to untangle, to try and fix him. And this setting has a food problem. Never mind proper mental health care. The brood pose too great a danger to the world. Our power, our very existence threatens it. We cause war and chaos wherever we go. My favorite part about this is he gives this whole speech, but if you've been paying any kind of attention the entire game, he is fundamentally wrong, and so is Myria. We have been proving them wrong the entire game. So, Mr. Tipo, and nice, right? The goddess put into your head to wait here. Wait here to kill Trio, huh? No, of course not. She would never harm anyone, nor allow anyone to be harmed. That's why she's been keeping an entire species in a box to the point where they're slowly dying out. She simply fears for the world should the power of the brood be left uncontrolled. Ah, Trio, we're different from them. That means they can't be trusted. That's why you need to stay here with me and with the goddess Myria. No. You still don't understand, do you? No, I've been out actually living and growing up while you've been sitting here and chewing on your own farts for like 5 years. So anyways, this dungeon sucks. I hope you like Sten sections, because that's kind of what this is. That's funny, Shadow Machine. And no, I did not know that. What do you think, Trio? This is your mind. Your heart given shape. Here you can enter not only your own heart, but those of your so-called friends as well. And then you'll learn that that holy Myria, is right. You're an idiot. Go now. This dungeon probably wouldn't suck as much if it didn't have random encounters. Which, I suppose, spoils that it does. Let me make sure we're good to go here. Double check something. Damn. Well, that sucks. So the next boss does frost damage, but my frost gear's on someone else, so, you know. And of course I can't access other people's equipment. Duh, what kind of stupidity is that? Okay. Ooh, rice ball. Whenever I decided to do something, my mother would always ask me, is that what the Princess of Windia should do? I would always answer yes. When I left the castle with Trio and my other friends, for the first time, I wasn't my mother's daughter, or the Princess of Windia. I was able to just be Nina. Empress! You're just being selfish, you know. Right. I thought it was very important that we learn about Trio and the Brood. I don't know anymore. Maybe I left the castle just because I was tired of being controlled by my mother. Don't worry, honey. I'll go kill her for you. Power of the Brood. Look at me. I have a power I was so frightened of, I swore never to use it. But compared to the power of the Brood, my power's insignificant. Doesn't that just beat all? How can anyone handle that kind of power? If it were me, I know what I'd do with it. No, I know better. I wouldn't be able to handle that kind of power responsibly. I'm just no good. I think most of this is Myria propaganda. Especially given that we learn, spoilers in a minute, that the upcoming boss fight is actually a metaphysical representation of trying to lock away our powers. So, no, I think this is a program we're running through. More or less, literally. God, we've gone back to Breath of Fire 2! I mean, that's pretty normal, isn't it, Suffolcom? Who are the real villains of FF9, after all? Well, I have been building Ryu up this entire time, so I hope so. Game. Do you want what's in the box? Yes. Listen, I wouldn't take out the Takan. That's all I'm saying, Zactaft. So we're gonna go with no. What's funny, excuse me, is whether Myria was kidnapped or built. In both cases, it's the ancient technology's fault. The ancient civilization's fault. I'm aware who the Takan are. In the books, they were killed off by Zero and his gang, while Q was present. The original Myria wasn't endless. The question is whether or not the Myria in this game is an artificial chimera creature, or if she is just Myria again. I say just. Or if she's Myria again. Let me just end that statement there. Whatever. My father used to tell me lots of stories about the techno age. It was his life's dream to learn all he could about that time and all the machines that were built then. Oh, Father, I'm almost there. It's right in front of me. Nch, nch, nch. The Brood, God. I don't know anything about them. Fate of the World? Too big for me. All I know is, by getting closer to God, I'm getting closer to that age. The age of machines. Not to complain too much, but you notice how this dungeon, bereft of, any real sprite work, is just left to sit on the brickwork. And a lot of dungeons have that same flaw in this game. Which is a damn shame, because there's such good sprite work in this game. And some areas look really good, mostly the towns. This reminds me of Suikoden, which has the same problem. Suikoden towns tend to look good. Suikoden dungeons do not. I mean, honestly, Subcom, I've seen worse ideas. I believed that by hunting the brood, by obeying God, I was saving the world. Now I wonder, was I? If they had wanted to, the brood could have stopped us at any time. And I've said this like 5 times now. What should I have done? Listen, it's been a while. We just did the desert, for God's sakes. We gotta make absolutely sure you're keeping up with things. I've been watching you for a long time, Trio. You need to do what you, and only you, think is right. The power of the brood is something to be respected and feared, but it's not enough to save or destroy the world. It's a Thanatos. See if we can manage this. Hey, we did. I figured that'd be a good chunk of X, which is why I bothered. Have you come to a decision? You're one of the brood. You can't afford to think only of yourself, like the others, right? Think of what you could do with your power. Think of your people, those who gave you this power. If you have the power to change the world, you have to take responsibility for the world. Don't you? I mean, that is the Superman dilemma. There's only one person who can take that kind of responsibility. Myria! Not Deus, not you, not anybody else. Rise. Rise and give yourself to the goddess! Become one with the world. Which, yeah, no. So, boss time. Well, well, well. You count Yggdrasil amongst your companions. That's a surprise. Still, you understand, don't you, Trio? We share the same blood. I know you. You must understand. All the others, they're weak and frail. They think only of themselves. What if our power were to be used by them for their small, selfish ends? That's funny. I've been using my power for their small, selfish ends this entire game, and doing a lot of good in the process. In fact, the world's been getting substantially, demonstrably, and objectively better under me helping them with their small, selfish ends. We can only entrust our power to someone who understands. Someone who sees and thinks of the world as a whole. Someone like Myria, who's been spending the last 5 years telling me how great she is. If that's your choice. If you won't listen to me. I'm afraid I can't let you... You know, it's actually funny. In each of these games, we fight a fellow dragon. In the first game, there was mind control. And a separate political faction. In the second game, we had Ray, which honestly was probably my favorite. In the third game, we have Tipo, who might as well be mind controlled. I'm sorry, Trio. I have no choice but to leave you here in this dream and fight this really irritating boss fight by yourself. And the worst part is, this isn't the boss fight. No, seriously. Immediately after this fight, with no chance to heal or recoup, we have to fight the actual boss fight. Okay. Hang on a sec. It's a cool scythe. I've always liked scythes as a weapon. Wildly impractical, I just kind of don't care, you know? Good morning, Materia Keeper. Worse. We're going to try not to spend any AP, because we want every ounce of AP for the next fight. Please don't land. Please don't land. Please don't land. Cool. When you're done, I'll be here. Just take your time, buddy. Hey, everybody, chill. Ironically, if I could have gotten my blizzard ring on this guy, this fight would be a joke. Well, you know, that's cool. Like, we'd just be healing every time he does that. Oh well. How would I know von Falkenstein? Nothing in the game's like, hey, you're about to fight a blizzard boss. And we're dead. Which would mean you'd have to do the entire Eden dungeon, assuming you saved, and then the entire dream sequence all over again. And that's it. We're dead. The end. Does Boff 3. We have not cheated yet. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, yeah. By the way, if you die during the actual boss, then you have to go back to the exact same spot. In fact, I'm going to give this its own negative. This is specifically an unskippable cutscenes negative because this really is awful. You lose so much time here if you die to either of these two bosses, and they're both mean. Let's put it under outro, I think. We're officially in the outro at this point. I sure hope so, Triaxia. Oh my god, nobody cares. Go away, Tipo. Ooh, tacos. I do like me some tacos. Blah, blah, blah. Did I say good morning to Spartan? Good morning, Spartan. You know what? Hang on. Actually, where's the ammonias? Blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, apparently you can save here. I'm sorry. I'm still keeping the negative, though. No, I really am. This is the magic hand problem, and the two bosses in a row with no warning, back to back, and with no recovery. Yeah, screw that. You can grind here. Not a bad grind spot. You get all kinds of experience. Come on. There we go. And we're dead. So what do you put on your tacos, von Falkenstein? What deliciousness awaits? Why are there spikes in my dream? Am I the only one wondering that? You said it's tacos, so like, what are you getting on your tacos? Damn it, Bob! Get out of my head! I mean, if someone told me straight-faced that chaos was in the Breath of Fire setting, I wouldn't even be surprised by it. I do like me some kebab. Ow. Come on, game. That's just being mean. They're poisoned spikes. Thanks, Bob. Bob's like, look, they're not insta-kill. They don't count. Uh-huh. I hear tacos are good, Magister. At least that's the running rumor. I mean, Bob is pretty prolific in the video gaming space, so that makes sense. And we're dead. Yeah, we can't kill two. If we get an enemy encounter, we have to run from it because we can't kill two enemies at the same time. What is this? WoW vanilla? I suppose that's why there's encounters down here. Because you can get locked in here in your save. And if you do, well, you have two very hard bosses coming up. So. And the best part is you can only grind Ryu here. So that's cool. I'm actually going to get one level here while we're here, because I might as well. We'll take about 3 more battles. Why are there weeds and birds in our brain? I know. This whole game hasn't understood how to do encounter design as part of storytelling. But is the game literally saying that we're bird-brained? I also like how we're not getting any money anymore, which makes sense, because to my knowledge there are no vendors from this point onwards. That's cool. into Super Saiyan really quick here. Well, 10 more AP isn't exactly shabby, so I'll take that. Okay. Let's get back to where we were. Okay. I thought we could get those chests now. I was wrong. Silly me. Die. Yeah, we're at roughly 1 level per 10 encounters, which isn't bad. Now can I go get the items? Nope. Okay, cool. Three. No. 2 of those I had to burn a dragon form to kill. I'm not going to bother with 3 of those. Probably a lot of exp, but yeah, that's not happening. Oh, well, look at the background. Maybe we're secretly in Infinity Dungeon again. Yeah, we'll try that. Blah, 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 blah. Not at the moment, Yura, no. Okay, boss fight. Okay, so I have an extremely detailed strategy for this boss fight, okay? Hang on. I think I left the oven on, so I'll be right back. Okay, whew. Man. Sorry about that, actually accidentally got sucked into a fictional realm. And it turned out they needed someone who could analyze video games. Or something. Isn't that always the way? Like, whatever it is the character gets sucked into the fictional realm is good at. Like, it's the thing that they need in that fictional realm. Okay, hang on. Stop. I hate to burn any AP, but better safe than sorry. Because he's doing this nonsense. Well, admittedly, I don't think I've ever actually seen an isekai anime, so I speak from ignorance. Spirited Away. Okay, fair enough. I have seen that, and I hate that film. Kinetic Yankee in King Arthur's Court. No, I've never heard of that one. I have no taste, Trax, yet. This is the last boss. This isn't even the main boss of this section. This is actually classified as a sub-boss, which is naturally why I've already died to it once. I am so proud of you, Mr. Red. For having fun with the game. Not for any other reason. Okay. So now for the main event. Didn't even level me. Yeah, this fight is arguably the second hardest fight in the game that isn't a super optional. This fight sucks. Okay. Honestly, all three, but the thing that pushed me away from it was specifically the grossness. Like, I couldn't physically look at the film. Why did you fight it? All that would have happened is you would have lost the power of the brood. You wouldn't have had to die. If you won't give up your power. If you won't submit to the wisdom of Myria. Then I have no choice. No choice but to kill you. Yeah, Tipo didn't get depowered after all. Okay, so we get to choose our party at least, so that's nice. Hey, Nina, who is level 14, by the way. Can I set my formation? Okay. Let's do this. Okay, so we're going to come out swinging. The longer this fight goes on, the worse it's going to be. We're also not going to play around at all. We're going to go... I have a couple of options here, but I don't have the aura spell is the problem. Hang on, I just realized. I missed a step. Let's do this instead. Who is T-Po again? Good question. There's the Dragon Blade I needed. Blades of All, that was days ago. And in canon, that was like 5 years ago. Okay. Which is exactly what I'm going to do, Strat. That's why I bothered. Dragon Blade. Yep. Oh, then yes, Blades of All, sorry. Yeah, he's the one at the beginning of the game. Goes away arguably before the intro even ends. And, oh, neck. And hasn't really been a thing since then. We have seen him once since then. Wow, this guy has 12,000 health. So we're gonna be here in a minute. And again, if you die to this fight, you go all the way back to your save in the dream or before the dream. Take your pick. The good news is, I was actually gearing for this fight, not the previous one. So even though I had troubles with the previous fight, I'm ready to go on this one. I do want to get a Magic Death on Ray. Speed on Ray. Yeah, T-Po's a dragon, not explained. T-Po survived, because he's a dragon. T-Po found his way to Myria, not explained. Like, the implication I've always pulled from this, but this is just me, the game doesn't support this at all, is that Myria actively sought out T-Po and brought him to her. The problem is, though, by all accounts, she would have done the same thing to us. And she never did, or even tried. So, why? I'm gonna indulge in a save state because I'm gonna try something. She didn't. She knew we existed the moment we woke up. Remember, at the very, 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 very beginning of the game, right after we get rescued, Myria actually reaches out to us and touches our mind while we're sleeping. When we're still in the PJs. So, screw it. Let's do this. And that... Yeah, let's do this.
What's up?
Exactly, Savacom. If I might be so bold, a lot of this game is well written, interesting, and engaging. But as with so many games, it starts to fall apart at the end. I legitimately think the writers hadn't really thought out what they were doing with Myria, and that's the problem. I think they wanted the big reveal with Tipo without earning it. I think they wanted to have the dragon versus dragon fight, because this is a Breath of Fire game and we always have one of those. And, end statement, right? Like, that's the end of that. I'm not trying to sound negative, I swear. It's just, I really feel like they just ran out of steam at a certain point. By the way, you'll notice how Pico continues to be just kind of the MVP here. Even though all the damage is coming from Triu and Ray. No, Pico is the reason this fight is going as well as it is. Because Pico's up there with a gigantic ball of health and defenses and a 100% reprisal rate and an auto heal. This is exactly why I've been building up Pico since we got him. There is 2 bosses after this? We still have to have the boss rush. Yep, we have the boss rush. And then the last boss. Okay, sorry. So, yeah, 2. If you count the boss rush as 1 boss, then we have 2 bosses left. Very true, Savicom. Very true. I'm looking forward to this terrible, terrible game, Crazy Norse. Oh yeah, also, Tipo is this ridiculously powerful Uber Dragon. Now, again, we can assume this is happening because of Myria's influence, but it's also never explained. It just is. I want to try something. Is that okay? I just want to see what we can do here. It's going to take me 3 rounds to do this, so we'll see if this is worthwhile. I'm sure Both 4 is a perfectly good game. Even this game is a perfectly good game. It just has some flaws and then completely falls apart. As most games do. It could be argued that Tipo isn't actually using brood power here at all. That he is just using the power of Myria, aka the mutant power. That's stretching, though, and honestly, giving the writers too much credit. Let's see how much damage this does. 4,000. Not bad. That is slightly more than we would have done if we just hit him every round. Yeah, screw it. It's also more costly to do that. So we're just gonna hit him. Die, Tipo. You don't belong in this world. You should have. But this world, honestly, has kind of sucked for a long time. And that's one of the reasons why we are trying to improve the situation. Ross asked yesterday if I would continue the story arc, how I would continue the story arc. And honestly, I feel like if we were to continue Breath of Fire, it really needs to be a whole other thing, right? We need to have... Breath of Fire 3 in many ways capstones a lot of the series. Which is probably why 4 went off and did its own thing completely. And, yeah. Myria is right. No, she isn't. Look at us. The Brood, all we know how to do is fight and kill each other like this. Yep, that's all I've been doing the whole game, is helping people and taking care of them. I didn't ask to be Brood. I didn't ask for be its power. I just wanted to be with you, Ray, and with you, Trio. My family. Hey, Trio. Maybe your Brood really are cursed. I hope not. Oh no, Tipo's dead. Well, that sucked. My party got rejiggered too. Why is Momo in the party now? I was just okay, whatever. I would love to give that a story positive, but I'm not a good liar. I legitimately don't think that's a good scene. I think it should be a good scene, but I don't think it is. We needed either more Meanwhile Elsewheres to see Tipo's side of things over the course of the game in order to help establish him as a character, so we the players can be more invested in him. Or we need more of an impact from his death, other than Ray being like, well, that sucks. And that's it. Like I said, it suffers from a lot of the problems that the end of this game has, where it's just kind of... Actually, yeah, a really good time for that would be during the time skip. In fact, that would help the time skip itself. One of my complaints about the time skip was that it doesn't feel like a time skip. It feels like it's been like a month instead of 5 years. So, you know, switching over and suddenly focusing on Tipo for an entire playable section would probably have been a really great move. What I would probably do if I had time and budget, what I would probably do is really dig into it. Make it a nice long sequence. But each section is like truncated. So we'd start off with Tipo after he wakes up, right? And he's like, oh God, you know, where are my friends? Where's my family? And then he hears a voice. And so he starts to follow the voice. Fade to black, fade in a little bit later. He is now trying desperately to avoid the Syndicate because he pissed them off for some reason, because he was robbing in their territory. Remember, they mentioned that he was actually trying to rob people on the road on his way through Windia. So we pick up right after that, and he's trying to flee east. And if you want to really twist the knife, maybe even make a thing where he sneaks past the border patrol right before they close the gates, and then let the camera linger there for a second as Ryu and team show up at the gates and are turned away because we needed to go get the permission from the king. Fade to black, fade in, and you get it, right? Like keep tying in our story with Tipo's and show how he's been progressing. And frankly, I hate to lean on the power of friendship theme, but there's a very strong validity to what I call a sanity anchor. So I would make it so that Tipo has been dealing with all this crap by himself and things have not been going well. And the only reason it's been going well at all is because Ryu is helping him without even knowing or realizing it at several points. So Ryu is fine. He's got friends, he's helping people, cool. Tipo is not. He's getting taken advantage of, he's barely managing it, and he has no one to lean on. Finally, Tipo gets to the Black Ship. And the way I would have him get to the Black Ship specifically isn't like as part of some scheme or anything. He was literally just, get me out of here. Get me the hell out of here. And when he's on the Black Ship, that's when Myria reaches out to him again and says, hey, I got someplace you can go where you can get away from all of this. And we don't even... Honestly, you could cut it there if you wanted to. Because, you know, remember, I would plan for this to be back during the time skip. So, you know, Tipo gets on board the Black Ship, Myria reaches out, and then fade to black. Then we cut over to us back in the mine, and Gar has just found us. Then the story progresses more or less as is. We fix the desert a little bit. And we get here. And the Tipo like, hey, yeah, exactly. Tipo has learned he can trust no one and that he is all alone. And then God herself reaches out to him. Of course he's going to latch onto that. Playable. Crazy Horse. Playable flashbacks. Like a whole playable section during the time skip. Actually, I am, Yura. Very curious how it's going to be. I was hyped for that game when it was announced. And I've heard nothing but bad things about it. So we'll see what we see when we get there. I am walking in not expecting TIE Fighter. And I think that will probably help. Because if I'm expecting TIE Fighter, I'm probably going to be disappointed. You know my favorite part about them screwing with my party here? I can't fix it until I leave the dungeon that I'm getting all the experience in. So I'm getting all the experience in the wrong characters. So this is all waste. Well, not all waste. Ryu and Rei are worthwhile, but... Momo, what are you doing here? Get out of my party, please. It's not like I don't like you as a character, but I kind of need my headliners. I need my heavies. Although we're kind of over the hump at this point. Because, yeah. Myria, I don't remember Myria being a particularly hard fight, and the boss rush, I don't remember how that functions. Like, I have no memory of the boss rush. I only know it's coming because of the walkthrough. They do. You're right. Ryu does see older Tipo as a ghost during the time skip. Not worth the time. I don't think I even have that. It has to be intentional, Crazy Horse. But remember, every Breath of Fire game has screwed with the party. Every single one of them. It's been in different ways each time, but they always do it. So it's gotta be deliberate. There's no way. Like, I could believe it was a bug back in BOF 1. I could. You cannot tell me that's a bug as of BOF 3 years later. Blah, blah, blah. Take the heal. Gotta admit, there's some narrative significance to the party I plan to bring to the final boss fight. Ryu is obvious and mandatory. Rei has lost, honestly, a lot. But most importantly, his little brother as a result of her. And Pico, spoilers, although they've already given it away at this point, is Yggdrasil, which has been a direct contestant to Myria for quite some time now. Like in the centuries range. Upcoming Magister, or next, if you prefer. It's funny because, like, technological versus natural is a very common theme in these kind of games, but I'm usually on the technological side of that equation. I like medicine. I like being able to see. I like air conditioning and running water. So, sorry, Momo. Please get out of my party. You can, Yura. Nobody ever notices that stuff. I don't know why. I blame Twitch. Ugh, scratch. Forgive me. Okay, let's grab a hard save here. Back there. There we go. Okay. Hey, let's get a random encounter. Very important. Oh, let's fix our formation. That's another one. Aw. Thank you, Yura. Actually, I'm sure you didn't mean it as such, but I'll take that as a compliment. There we go. 400! We did it! We broke 400 health on Pico. Okay, so this was security level B. We need the A, which I believe is this one. Yep. You found light bangle. Okay. Yeah, I'll take that. Actually, since money is now useless, I just realized, no, hang on. Let's swap this around a little bit. We don't need the Midas Stone anymore. Yep. Okay, so he resists flame and frost. He resists fire, and I think that's it. And he should resist ice and thunder. That's as good a coverage as I think we're getting. And we have multiple status effect resistances. Oh yeah, we're gonna send Nina to college so she can be as good a ruler as possible. So anyways, this is the point of no return for all intents and purposes. I don't think it's literally the point of no return, but this is the most convenient point at which to go back and go do mini games and Fairy Village and all kinds of other stuff. Swap around masters, grind for a while, fight archmages. You get it. We're not doing any of that, of course. Hey, lasers. Yes, it did, Crazy Horse. Like I said, this is the go and do other stuff point. You want to max out fishing? Here you go. Well, we're mid-30s. Hopefully that'll be good enough for the final boss fights. You got this, Trihexia. I also feel like I'm going the wrong way. Probably because I am. Okay, hang on. Yeah, we're in a space station right now. Mice? I think the only mice we saw were the ones that the cats were eating on the docks. Delicious mice. And yeah, last few levels is why I'm not bothering to run from anything, even though I could probably just, you know, avoid encounters at this point. Let's just get a little bit of bonus experience here in the last minute, just to make sure we don't have any issues. No reason to get arrogant now. We came in. This is where we came in. Oh, absolutely, Trihexia. Yeah, no, there's a very, very strong theme of stagnation and decay when it comes to Myria and everything she's doing. So, okay. One of the things I was talking about with a friend of mine very recently was the idea of... Okay, fine. Is the idea of intended theme versus actual theme. This came up the other day when someone mentioned Death of the Author, but again, this is a topic that came up off camera. The idea here, I'll pause for a second to talk about this. The idea here is that sometimes an author goes into work saying, I'm going to make a story about pineapple. And it's just not, right? It's not about pineapple at all. And anybody could tell you that. Statistically speaking, most of the time when an author sets out to specifically do an allegory or specifically to do a theme, they tend to fail, just in terms of percentages. Relevance to BOF 3. One of the things that the interviews have stated that the creators very much wanted was they wanted to have an ambiguous situation where you could decide if Myria's right or if the Brood's right or whatever, right? You could decide for yourself who's actually in the correctness here. But the problem is, I don't think they earned that. Now, maybe this is just me and my opinions. That's valid, but there's just too much evidence on the board that shows that Myria is extremely wrong and stupid the entire time. Like, see, exactly, Entity. As I've already talked about, the famine and shortages issues, the population problems that's going on, the fact that the monster and mutant issue was going on a Chand, the fact that she completely missed Dethevan almost being brought back into existence. That's cool. Way to go there, Mom. The fact that the desert is still causing issues despite her best efforts. The fact that most of her technology and mutant things are just running rampantly, effectively out of her control. Everything in the game is telling us that Myria is in the wrong here. So, I don't think they succeeded at that, you know. It's a nice little visual cue, isn't it, Ira? At least I think so. Die. Please die. Please die. Okay, who's doing health damage to you? Pico, apparently. What are you doing that's healing him? Earth damage. Cool. You know what? Let's just run. Let's just run. That's why I was confused, because I didn't think I had any elemental damage, but I was wrong. Pico has earth damage right now, so it's whatever. Moving on. Right. Ah! You can't escape, Magister. There's no escape. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Alright, get out of my way. We got a claymore, which is a weapon from, like, when we were training Bade. It was a minute ago. Oh, that was before the time skip. Jesus. Oh, sorry, I forgot to mention, this is the final grind room. This hallway right here. Every enemy in here gives a lot of money and a lot of experience. And remember, we just unlocked the ability to go back. we hit this thing, please? There we go. Like, the Goo King is in here. Give a better perspective. So, if we wanted to level, this would be the spot to do it in. This is, if I'm not mistaken, also our last random encounters area in the whole game. Alright, Pico's dead. That's impressive, killing Pico off. Favorite time skip? Oh, jeez. Usually I don't like time skips, so I gotta think about that. Cure. I suppose Ocarina would qualify. Well, there's several major problems with time skips, and they tend to follow through regardless of the game or movie or whatever. It's that usually they don't bother to make it feel like time has passed. I mean, like this very game, for example. Or Dragon Age 2, to use a rather infamous example. Okay, welcome to the Labyrinth. FF6's time skip will be a negative when we get there. Pretty much guaranteed. Possibly 2. I mean, that would be an extraordinary amount of extra work for something that most people wouldn't enjoy, Yura. But, like, in a perfect world with infinite time, yeah, that'd be cool. For some reason, I'm not even thinking of any Gigi's, if you got any here. So, remember this boss? This is sample 8. Like I said, this is kind of the last attempt they make at doing any kind of storytelling here. Because the idea is that they're sampling all the bosses we fought throughout the course of the game. For what purpose? Who friggin' knows? Seriously, I don't know. Balio and Sunder are in here. Geist is in here. The Garland guy. Manmo, the guy in the desert, is in here. The Ammonites are in here. The Angler's in here. The Dodo's in here. Mikba's in here. That's a weird one. The Slugs are in here, and the News are in here. I mean, you're absolutely right. This is clearly a, hey, let's have a boss rush sequence. And they're just the same bosses. And for the same reason it usually is, this is probably negative worthy. Especially since this is, for all intents and purposes, the final dungeon right here. Like, this is the actual final dungeon. Is this frickin' labyrinth. Hang on. Okay, yeah, I'm right. Remember these two? No, you don't, because now we're going to fight 2 of them at once. Oh, sorry, 3 of them at once. Yeah, Chrono Trigger's boss rush at least had some lore justification for it, but will get a negative, as most boss rushes do. And for the same reason as most boss rushes, too. There's no variance. It's just the same bosses over again. Now, it's only getting the one negative, because that could be a lot worse. You can pause in between fights and heal and swap up things. You can also bypass it. But the boss rush still exists, so it is still one negative. A boss rush with a story positive. Well, honestly, Chrono Trigger isn't a terrible example of one that might qualify. Yeah, I would agree with Lufia, too. In fact, I think it did. Well, almost positive. I got a story positive and a gameplay negative. You don't really fight the fiends in FF9, though. You just fight Lich. No, legible. I mean, sorry. Actually, yes. Excuse me. But not the way I was thinking of it, so I apologize here. You know, now I think about it, a lot of Capcom games does. Like, Devil May Cry does the repeat boss fights. Whoops. Okay. Yeah, they've been slowly falling ever since I came back, Yura. I think I lost a lot of viewers on BoF 3, to be honest with you. Not that I blame them. It is an acquired taste. Not your fault, Ross. I think the problem is, so early BoF 3 had a lot of viewers, like more than usual. And that makes sense, because early BoF 3 is pretty awesome. But as we've already talked about, the game just falls over a little bit after some point, as most games do. Oh, I'm sure my viewer figures are about to plummet as we go through a bunch of games most people probably never even heard of. Here, like, someone type exclamation mark next really quick for me, please. Yep. So yeah, so we've got Lunar, which I'm sure people have at least heard of. Wildermyth, nobody knows what that is. Ultimate Admiral Dreadnought, ditto. Nobody's heard of Micro the Ninja, or Invisible, or Oxygen, or Wormgroove, or Maneater. Star Wars Squadrons people probably at least heard of because it has Star Wars in the name. Then you go to Ruiner, Cthulhu Saves the World, Tinykin, and Kojin Sword of Rewind. Nobody's heard of any of those games, especially not my sister. She's never heard of any of that crap. And that's fine. Again, that's kind of the point of these sort of miscellaneous blocks. Then we get to Pokemon Arceus. That one will be popular. Every Pokemon stream we've ever done has been quite popular. Because they're Pokemon. I'm looking forward to it. Like, honestly, the only games I'm dreading on that list is Lunar, because I know nothing about it, and Wildermyth, because I know nothing about it. After that, it's like, alright, let's go. Okay, so you, I sincerely doubt we're going to actually get a multiplayer match going, Zactap. But we'll see when we get there. We'll see when we get there. That's impressive, Andity. But you know what I mean. None of those are popular. And that's fine. Misc block for the win. Let's see if this heals him. It shouldn't. We'll find out in a second. That didn't seem to heal him. I'm not worried about it, Mr. Red. You'll also notice all of the games I just mentioned are all short, too. Other than Lunar. Like, it was like 4 RPGs in a row. Get the long stuff out of the way. And then all of the games after that are pretty short. Like, couple-day games at the most. Okay. Now I gotta pull up my thing here again. Okay, so here's our save point. Boop. Oh. Neck. Jesus, Andity. When do I plan to review WoW? When we're a little more caught up. We'll see how things line up after Metroid, because remember, we're also staring at the Zelda block. Okay, hang on. You mean the opposite of that, Grayson Horse. I prefer JRPGs with lesser stories than big apocalyptic ones. Thoughts on Skyward Sword? A great game that I hated every moment of because the controls made me want to kill myself. Like, I've said this before and I'll say it again. Not only are the controls bad and imprecise, but they cause me physical pain. So, screw them. I do hate beloved classics, it's true. Alright. Let's go beat the game. I've heard 2 people who've said that before yours. So I don't know if it's like a complete non-thing. But, yeah. There's a reason that game was actually vetoed for the longest time. That's only with the Switch port that I finally decided to allow it. And yeah, the Imprisoned is just... What are you doing? Alright, so backup save. Let's do this. Please don't put Momo into my party. She sure is a busy little thing, isn't she? Of course there's random encounters down here. Why wouldn't there be random encounters? 5 feet from the final boss. Out of my way. I guess I lied. There is one last area with random encounters. I've never even heard of it, Yura. Like, I think it's a platformer. That's about all I know. I know we're playing the remastered version, which was specifically requested, but I don't know what the game is or how long it's been around to warrant a remaster. she be so small and open such a huge door like that? Attention. Navigator code for highest level functions accepted. Access to library mode granted. Welcome. We serve the Almighty Goddess. Before you meet with the Holy Myria, please hear our words. Okay. Why are there random encounters here? Literally not worth my anything. Get out of the way. Well, considering I'm pretty sure she programmed this stuff, so Holy Myria awaits you ahead. Yeah, okay, sure. Before the coming of Myria, the world was dying. The wounded earth was being covered by sand, and the very life was being sucked out of its inhabitants. So, piecing this together a little bit, what probably was happening was the super advanced people were probably over-resourcing, which was common in a lot of old sci-fi and modern sci-fi. And so they were probably over-harvesting the planet, and that was causing some of the problems on it. As a further addendum, the desertification, remember, that actually started back in BOF 2. Arguably in BOF 1, but definitely in BOF 2. So the desert was already there, and it was already spreading. It's even around Myria Station, no less. She also mentions the wounded Earth. I feel like there was probably some kind of war, and the very life was being sucked out of its inhabitants. Remember, the technology to drain people's life energy in order to turn that into just energy has been around since BOF 1. Now, the grieving Myria used all her divine power to divide the world into two halves. One half being where you are now, the Desert of Death, and the other, the world you came from, overflowing with life. I wouldn't say overflowing. There's a lot of food problems that we've talked about many times. And yeah, I like how this is the panning shot they show us. Look at how much green there is there. Yeah, now let's be clear. This is Myria propaganda. The two worlds are separated by vast and violent ocean you call the Outer Sea. Which protects your world from the desert. A theory that's occurred to me before is that, so Myria dies in BOF 1, and then her evil is left over as Dethevan, and then Myria either gets back up or resurrects, whatever dumb thing brings her back, and then she looks around and she feels grief and regret to the point of almost insanity, right? Oh my god, what have I done? I have caused such damage to this place. I must fix it. Me, I'm the only one. I'm the only Endless around. I'll fix it, and I'm going to do it my way, and it's going to work, and it's going to be great. There's going to be blackjack. Actually, yeah, desertification can spread across oceans. For good and for bad, actually, because that can also lead to good stuff. The majority of the life that escaped was taken, like yourselves, to the other world. Whoops. No, I think that's the whole point, Zavacom. Because, yeah, I feel like Myria is overcorrecting here. Not like she was ever known for her genius. It is Myria's desire to protect life, to protect your world. Even a monster's life is sacred to Myria. One thing I will violently disagree with. Several people have said that Myria is evil in this game. That defeats the whole point. Misguided, inaccurate, guilt-ridden, wrong, sure. But evil? Nah. In order to protect the life she so loved, Myria instituted many forms of safeguards and controls. Foremost among this is control of technology. We actually talked about this already, too. Oh yeah, I should close down the guessing game. Get in your guess, if you haven't already. Here, let me update the HUD for you. Myria makes certain that no dangerous machines, like weapons, are developed. And also, we've already talked about this, food. Myria allows the use and repair only of existing machines, and keeps the study of machines from leading to potentially destructive ends. Alright, hang on a second. Let me update the gameplay, because we're pretty solid on the gameplay right now. So we're up to 20 pluses and 45 negatives. Hang on, let me look at the story for a second, because... Well, fix it near this. Also, you sure it's not there? It should be alphabetized. Whoops. Hang on, Savicom, hang on. Let me finish updating the HUD so you can make an informed guess. Whoops. That's the wrong number. There. That's an accurate number as of this exact moment in time. You can guess the golden number, Duck Cobra. You don't have to, of course, but you can. I've actually already done the audit. It's one of the reasons I was staying up late last night, was I wanted to finish that before I went to bed. Okay, well, you're wrong, Savicom. How do you make it alphabetical? Okay, hang on. So it is. It is currently alphabetical. Let's see, Nero's as... You are not in here, so just put it towards the end, which you've already done, so we're good. So don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Remember, you can put your guesses up to 3 things, by the way. In fact, sometime soon I need to start trimming everything here that hasn't been putting it towards 3 things. So I'll do that later. Also, some of these names I haven't seen in a while, so I need to trim this list in general. I haven't seen Darth Tyrant in forever. Yeah, we're cutting off pretty soon. Yeah, make sure to put it towards up to 3 things, Doc Cobra. So you can put interest towards up to 3 future games. Okay, so. A second control is achieved through the energy of Chrism ore. So we talked about Chrism a little bit. Here's where we're going to discuss it a little bit more, finally. Chrism ore is the fossilized remains of living beings. We knew that part. I don't like the song for here, personally. Transmuted by the blessed power of the divine area. You see, Chrysamore is no more than one of the ways Myria provides the world with her magical energy. Yeah. Where does she drain that energy from? No reason, just wondering. There's a fun thought. What if what if we've got the FF7 thing going on, where she's pulling life out of the planet itself, and that's what's causing the desertification? I don't like that idea, because desertification is a very real and honestly mundane thing. But could be a thing. We just said it, Strife. Chrism is life energy. The fossilized remains of living beings imbued with her energy. Ray, Nina, Guardian Gar, and Trio. My brave... Yeah, you can tell she's extremely evil, because she looks like that. My brave, strong children, who have crossed the violent ocean and the burning desert. I am Myria. O great and mighty goddess, we have journeyed far, seeking you that we might know the truth. Oh, goddess, tell us, why did the brood have to be destroyed? Why? Oh yeah, speaking of which, locking down the guessing game. Boom. Yeah, I see Ray's reaction to all this. Is there anyone who wishes the destruction of life? I certainly do not. However, the power of the brood was too great. Too great for my small world. As you know, this side of the world is almost entirely buried by sand, making it almost impossible for anything to survive. Life has been driven nearly to extinction. This is a really weird song. I have to preserve what little is left. I had to save the rest of the world from the danger called the Brood. So, what you're saying is, we should just sit back and let you take care of us. Like we were your babies or something, right? Exactly, Ray. She doesn't even deny it. If I did not hold it back, using the outer sea as a shield, the desert would slowly, inevitably spread across the entire world. If I did not continue to create the machines that are repaired and used worldwide, civilization as we know it would surely perish. But, while we don't have the means now, someday we might be able to build our own machines. If the world were covered by sand, your lives would be consumed with the struggle to survive. You would not be able to build anything. Not even going to go into that. Even if you succeeded in creating the machines you needed, can you say with certainty you would not also build a weapon with which you might also destroy yourselves, Momo? Yeah, you can feel the nuclear overtones here quite a bit. In the past, this world was large. Larger than you can imagine. Yeah, the world map in BoF 2 was way too big. Many people once lived here in Kherzan. But the people fought and quarreled. and the city was swallowed by the desert. I was unable to protect them. I will not make the same mistake again. I will protect you and all the life that is left. I understand what you're trying to say. We're weak. Maybe we do need help and protection. And the power of the Brood may be similar to the power that destroyed this city so long ago. But what are you saying we should do? Are you saying that Trio must die? Or that he has to spend the rest of his life locked up in some little room? In an artificial world? Like Tipo? Yeah, no kidding. I don't like the fact that this is all being controlled by you. That you're pulling all the strings. I'm just like a little kid, see? You tell me to sit still, it just makes me want to run around more, yeah? Oh, goddess, we have no desire to give Trio up to you. Nor do we wish to see him killed. Having traveled with him, I can say that I do not believe that the power of the Brood is as fearsome and dangerous as you claim it to be. I'm shocked that nearly the entire world is covered by sand, but with Trio's, with our power working together, then maybe, just maybe... Yeah, also Yggdrasil. Let's be honest. Enough, my children. I admire your bravery and your courage, Ray. There's no need to worry. I will erase your memories of this place and simply return you to where you belong, Momo. Wouldn't be a Breath of Fire game without the final boss just casually being overpowered right before we can actually fight her. My strength is admittedly small, but it is all you have to live with. Do you understand, Nina? Thank you for bringing Trio here, Guardian Gar. Your mission is now complete. What about me, Myria? You didn't call my name. Don't you know who I am? You're Yggdrasil. You won't be able to get away with this while I'm around. All I'm doing is leading my children by the hand, giving them a world they can live in. Myria, these so-called children crossed the entire world to get here and overcame the myriad barriers that you set before them, all for the sake of helping their friend. Trio find his destiny. Broken up sentences suck. Trio? Very well. We will let Trio decide. What do you want to do? If you give up your power, the world will continue to live under my protection, as it has until now. Your power, which has brought you here, is too big for the world. Like the other Brood once did. Accept your fate, my Trio. Alright, so let's grab a save for no reason. And yeah, by the way, long unskippable cutscene. The subject. Trio, you have to believe in yourself and in those who believe in you. To tell the truth, I'm really frightened. Not strong at all. Yeah, it's because I kept not leveling you, Nina. Sorry, that's my bad. If you go against fate, something awful might happen to the world. But I've always believed you weren't a bad dragon. I'll always believe that, no matter what happens. It's because of all that nonsense she's going on about that Tipo ended up the way he did. She messed with my brother. That's the one thing I can't forgive. I brought you here simply because I wanted to know the truth about my own actions. It may have been a selfish reason, but I've learned one thing from all this. Now, more than Myria, I trust you, Trio. I only know how to fix machines, you know? But we can dig up those machines, even if they're buried under a desert, and learn about them. Even if the world is covered in sand, we'd still be able to do something, as long as we don't give up. Yeah, as long as the Titan Empire doesn't find us. Okay, so now, save state. Give up the brood and live in a peaceful world watched over by the goddess, or believe in the power of the brood and travel into the empty desert where unknown dangers await. So I give up my power! Carrying the fate of the world was too much for Trio. If giving up the power of the brood will allow the world to stay the same, then that's the best choice. You have made the right choice. Trio, that is true strength. Giving up your horrible power to protect the world, I'm proud of you. You know who else has the power to wreck the world, Myria? You. At least someone should probably bring that up at some point, but whatever. Trio chose of his own free will to give up the power of the brood and stay with the goddess Myria. And so time passes. Unchanging. The end. Wow, that ending sucked. Let's try something else. An ending that, honestly, I don't even remember being that much better. Yeah, we turned into Tipo. Good thing we killed him for nothing. That's another thing. It's so stupid that we cannot... And it, like, if you're going to give us that choice during the Tipo section. Not here, after murdering him. Anyways, moving on. So, if you've been paying attention, I haven't told you my favorite song in the game yet. That's because we don't hear it until the last freaking boss. He couldn't give up his power. Of course, he thought of his people and his destiny in Tipo. But more importantly, he felt that if he gave up his power, he would no longer be himself. Do you realize what it is you are trying to do? Do you? By making me your enemy, you realize you're making the whole world your enemy, don't you? I have faith that the brood, are not so foolish. Come, lower your weapon. She realized it was foolish to challenge a god, but he held his ground. My poor Trio. Your great power has driven you mad. What of those who do not have such power like the brood? They cannot live without my protection. By not giving up your power, you threaten their very existence. Just as I always believed. The brood truly are a danger, a threat to the world. Not true, Myria. It just means that life no longer is content to live in the little cage you have made for it. Yggdrasil, no matter what you say, I will protect this world for the sake of all life on it. Myria, life in your world has been protected from the desert and death, but that is not the same as living. Triyu, son of the accursed brood. The time for talk has ended. If you will not change, it grieves me to harm you, but I have no choice. For the good of the world, you must die. Sorry, Gar. Survival is insufficient. Great quote, by the way. Wish I came up with it. It pains me. It grieves me, my children, that I must take up arms against you, against the very life I have sworn to protect. But you must understand, Trio. I can't let your power, roam free in the world. To protect the lives of my other children, I must become unto a fury. Farewell, my children. The CD version of the song is actually slightly different, too. I should know, I have it. Always gotta have the snake motif. That's what I thought. Yeah, the runes on her tail coil. It's interesting. I imagine it's actually Japanese in some form, but I don't know. Chinese, maybe? Like, look at the ones under her right wing, for example. If you say so, Ict. Also, her attacks are gross, in case you missed that. No, Trixie, not at all. Yeah, considering this is mid-90s, I imagine a lot of villains were inspired by this in several ways. It's funny to think about how early on Boff was when it comes to JRPGs.
Hassan!
God damn it. Oh, whatever. You could have waited one more turn for that. That actually dispelled the focuses, too. Got it. It's good to know. A lot of final bosses in these games have buff removal abilities. You ever notice that? Yeah, she does it all the time, which is a damn shame, because buffs would be really nice on this fight. She has a lot of HP, too. Could you stop, like, recasting that, please? No? If I die to anything, it's gonna be her constantly spamming her frickin' status effect spell. Like, seriously, that's a real danger here. I think they just like generally gross stuff. I doubt there's any thought put into it other than that. What, Holocaust? Yeah. She actually does have a spell called Holocaust. Considering they really lean onto the mother thing, possibly won't fall this time. God damn it! You know what? Screw it. Yeah, by the way, when she casts Holocaust, watch her face. I'm gonna try something weird. Take that recovery. Appreciate you. You recognize it, Mr. It's a good boss song. And my favorite song of this game, like I said. Yeah, it's funny. It's a decent loop. A little over a minute and a half, I want to say. But the problem is, this fight takes a while. I have not, von Falkenstein, no.
Hassan.
I guess there's your credits towards the artificial theory machinery. Ow. I like how she's got so much hair, it's draping over her lower coils.
Hassan.
There's Holocaust. Yeah, it looks like that. Yeah, seriously. How about we ram a plane with a bunch of bombs down her throat? It's true, von Falkenstein. There's again. That might suck. She's low on health, which is problematic. Because she's going to start doing stuff like that pretty regularly. Interesting outfit.
Pajama day. Why aren't you in the pajamas?
I didn't know what Pajama Day was, or that it existed. Let's just blow a moon tear for that. Let's not even mess with that. Because hopefully she won't cast Holocaust again. Although if she does, that's gonna suck. Now she's just casting Death. That's cool.
You missed.
I was really gonna be upset if she killed my friggin' tank. Also,
Death missed you.
yeah, that's pretty normal. I don't see any issues here. Not a boss. It's not always. Let's go ahead and spend a whole round attacking. It's okay, I only have to hit her with Ryu 40 times in order to kill her. Oh, there's the Holocaust attack again.
Yes. And I infected them with the brain.
Great. Well, I'm out of moon tears. So... I mean, I have... Time. Oh, my goodness. Which part do you like best, Kay? Her flailing intestines or her melting face? It's over. No!
Hey, it's the chicken.
For you, it's just beginning. Macaw. It was a long, hard journey. But we did the right thing, didn't we, Trio? Gar? Yeah, remember, all his power and empowerment came from her, so... he's dead. Go. From now on, you must walk on your own. My world. I tried, but it wasn't enough. I fear the world will be destroyed again. What should I have done? What could I have done? If there is a God, answer me. What should I have done with the brood? Sister? He's right here. Read that.
It's for the best.
Myria. You've protected this world until now.
That is it.
Thanks, sis. And of course, Myria's a load-bearing boss for no reason. We are very hurriedly escaping the station, as you can tell. You went too far in your attempt to wipe out the brood. In the end, that was something your children had to overcome to go beyond. Oh yeah, no cheats. In order to walk on their own. Wee, wee, wee. Well, they're dead. We're clearly not in a hurry here.
Over here. Convenient ladder.
Don't worry. They can take care of themselves better than you think. Yeah, leaving the nest is a really big theme in this game, although I don't even think it was intentional. It just shows up all over the place. They and the world are stronger than we think. I'm sure of it. So yeah, Myria, Deus, all the Endless, and most of the brood gone. And the implication is that for the second time, Station Myria collapses. So that's going to be some good salvage over the next coming years. Space station.
Mm-hmm.
It is the same Station Myria, by all accounts. Probably, like, touched up and restructured a little bit, but same station at its core. Same one that was in 1 and 2. What?
This pajama day.
I can tell. So, I hope you enjoy the ending, because we're kind of done. There's really not much of an ending to this game. One of the things I don't like about it. What is up, my sister? Nothing. Yeah, no, it actually makes a weirdly large amount of sense if Dragon Quarter is actually the sequel to BoF 3. I know there's the theory that BoF 4 is either a prequel or an alternate dimension to the main series, but frankly, I don't think it's either. I think it's just its own thing. 5, by
Only
contrast.
the tail of your rulers.
Oh, yeah. 5, even though the creators have flat out stated that 5 is disconnected, 5 actually follows through on these events pretty solidly.
Make yourself a cup.
Hell, even 5 involves, you know, they're all... I'm going to spoil something for you really, really quick, but 5 doesn't end on a bad note. Oh, and I need to mute that. Sorry, forgot about that. The end, that's it.
Ta-da!
Not a great ending.
We walk to a cliff edge and look
And the
at
end.
the desert.
And that's it, the end. Yeah, sure thing. Ashuwakio litashadio. How's that? That's hard to do, to deliberately warp my voice like that. Do you want to grab a lunch, sis?
In my PJs?
Do you want to have a lunch brought here to you?
Sure.
What do you feel like?
Oh.
I need something meaty. I have a pretty bad headache.
Okay.
So, here.
What do you want? That's
Something meaty.
less than helpful.
Oh, that's right. We got to get the post-credit scene, which exists. I actually like Myria as a character, and I did, in fact, give her own story positive, so make of that what you will. She's fascinating, and even though she only really shows up at the end, they do some good stuff with her scene. And it's probably the only scene in the entire bit which I feel is properly interpretive, as opposed to the rest of it, which is just kind of nonsense. And not a bad final boss fight, honestly. I need to lay down, Crazy Norse, because of my headache. So when I get up, I will be back, okay? I know that's vague, and I apologize. But that's how it is. Yeah, I'm honestly shocked we managed this before the lunch break. We even died against the frickin' Dream Boss, too. Yeah, they do, Taquita. Yeah, they do. But I am going to give a story negative for that outro. That's just... What? In fact... No, I'm just going to give the one, but that is a very Dark Souls ending. It is such a nothing burger ending, right? After all that, it's like, all right, we slowly escape while Deus and Myria leave the world, and then they walk to a cliff. The end. I was actually hoping that I was misremembering that, because I remember the first time I beat this. Remember, I sat down and I had, like, the, nothing, K, it's a perfect ending. I remember, like, just being so discouraged after all that crap. Just absolutely like, what in the world? And then being really mad at the game. And this is the final little anecdote I'm going to share about this game. That is the fact that the biggest reason why I've never replayed this game actually has nothing to do with the gameplay cliffs or anything like that, because, you know, cheats exist and there's some really good story beats and all that. It's that frickin' ending has demoralized me from replaying this game until now. I have seen worse now, yeah. I have engaged in worse. I'm going to go ahead and start the second audit here. We are not playing 4 next. We are playing Lunar SSSC next. A game I play over for the ending? I can think of several, actually. Chrono Trigger and FF6 both come to mind immediately. Those are just some... Lufia 2, another good one. Mass Effect 2, another good one. Absolutely. What? What? My sister's making fun of me.
No. I hit a button I didn't mean to hit.
Uh-huh.
And it misinterpreted what you said.
Oh, gotcha. Oh. There you go. And Yggdrasil is growing in the desert. There's your tiny snippet of hope right at the end.
What'd you eat for lunch yesterday?
I ate lunch for yesterday? It was leftover something. It was the jambalaya. Leftover jambalaya. Yeah, I've always liked Finn over the end, personally. There's not really any difference. It's just personal preference. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. By the way, this is the first Breath of Fire game to gain character positives. And I stand by that. Well, don't forget, in Breath of Fire... Again, I don't want to spoil Breath of Fire 5, but to spoil Breath of Fire 5... Breath of Fire 5 starts after the end. The apocalypse is hit, the surface is completely lost. And your whole goal in Breath of Fire 5 is to reach the surface, to escape. Now, I was kind of kidding, but, you know, you can already guess where this is going, because spoilers in 3, 2, 1... When you finally reach the surface, it turns out the surface has been reclaimed for years. It's fine. And you can now, you know, humanity can reach back out to the surface and live again. It's very Logan's Run, if you're familiar with that. I hated the gameplay act, so I never finished it. I should mention once again that the developers have flat out said multiple times that BoF 5 is supposed to be its own thing. But again, it really does follow through on 3 pretty neatly. Like, the desert overtakes the world. People have to go underground. They don't realize it's safe once it's safe, and the whole game is about realizing it's safe again. And there you go, there's the game. Nice reset point, too, if they wanted to continue. Which is okay, because BoF 6 is a sequel to 3 in the worst possible way. No, I'm not going to tell you details. You got to look that one up on your own. I'll give you a hint. T-Po's in Breath of Fire 6. Yes, really. How? Well, there's this thing called the screw you effect. It's like, I want to make money rather than a game. So then the screw you effect takes effect. It's so bad. It's so bad. Ralph? Okay. Did you get something for your husband?
No.
Do you plan to?
Do you want me to?
Let me get my...
He liked that thing that you had last time, the pretzel-y thing.
I can't remember how he got it, though.
No mayo.
Well, hang on. I'll just add one to the list, then. So what your big plans for the day, sis?
Go fetch children later.
Mm-hmm. Mew, mew. I think I want to double up on this one. Yeah, BuzzFeed still exists for some reason. TikTok's the one to watch right now because they're on their way out. You watch. Give it another couple of years. But TikTok was never sustainable. And I think they're just now starting to realize that. Mew! Mew! No, don't. What are you doing?
It's mine.
Don't actually take it away yet. When I do those spelling kits, which I just haven't had time for, I'm going to put her in that mode with the sheets, because usually that's better for stuffed animals. Okay? So give me Mew back.
No.
Give me Mew back.
My Mew.
Give me Mew.
Mine.
Can't reach. Damn it.
Where's the blue shell? Unless blue shell.
No, please don't. I have a lot of water.
I don't know where the blue shell is.
If it's not there, then something's weird.
There it is.
Okay. I have a lot of water over here. She's just threatening me. She's just threatening me with this blue shell. Yeah, okay, I'll do this. Okay, you can throw it. You can throw it. I'm ready. I'm ready. You're delaying my stream. Please throw the shell. Donate now to make her throw the stream.
Blue shell's ready for Oblivion, so now I can get away.
No! Yeah, no, YouTube needs to be utility. I've actually said that before. And I stand by it. Sorry, what? Yes. Like, YouTube is the kind of thing that pretty much needs subsidiaries to actually function. And that's just reality. It is not financially sustainable in and of itself. It needs external money coming in to prop it up. That has always been true. That has never not been true. Now, this is nice music and all, but I'm kind of sick of hearing it. I do apologize. So with your permission, I will destroy everything. Nope, that's not it. Where is it? Where is it? I was going to play a song for you, but I can't find it, and I'm just kind of slowly losing more and more time as I do this. Yeah, I don't know where it is. Oh, whatever. Here, have this. Sleep, crazy North, sleep. Yeah, enforced stasis. What's really funny is that was kind of an enforced stasis that essentially ran into a filter. You know, a societal filter, whatever those are actually called. And then... and that's the end of that. Don't do it. Don't play WoW with my sister. I mean, she's fun to play with, and she's a healer. She prefers healing, too, which is really funny. At least to me. Let's see. You know, there's a lot of themes in this game, but I know this is going to sound weird. I don't think any of them deserve a positive. Most of the themes in the game are either badly handled or accidental. I don't know, what do y'all think? What were they? I mean, I know you haven't seen all of it, but that kind of answers it for me. Yeah, family, children leaving the nest, overusing resources, cultural stagnation, power corrupts. Like, they're just kind of all over the place with that. Just gonna walk over that. You know, Brigwin, at some point I need to sit down with you, if you want, of course, and just be like, alright, let's figure out where you are, and figure out where you need to be. Plus 39 to story. Much higher than I was expecting, honestly. The child arc carried it so much. Like, I am a little impressed, to say the least, about how well the child arc was, just in general. It's funny, because my least favorite part of the entire game, gameplay-wise, is also in the child arc. Twice. First the frickin' arena, well, first the mansion, and second the arena. But narratively, it really, really feels to me like either they had all that lined up and ready to go, and then, like, didn't know where they were going, or only had vague ideas of where they were going after that, or this is one of those situations, because we see this semi-often, where they have multiple scripts and multiple story ideas, and they just kind of slam them into each other. Here's a weird thought. If this game actually ended in the child arc, like, how would we make that work? First of all. And second of all, what would you think of it? Like, you get there, you defeat Gar, and then something would have to happen, and then you win, the end. Like, there'd have to be something else there. Yeah, exactly, Nerazes. Yeah, I always thought it was weird that they pushed Mikba into the adult arc, even though he is so connected to the child arc. I don't know. Oh my god, Tipo was always Myria. And Myria wasn't... I mean, Myria's not even mentioned by name in the child arc, if you pay attention. Her name isn't first stated until you get to Dragnir, if I'm not mistaken. It's actually not a bad idea, though. The problem is, it kind of contradicts a lot of the world building. This isn't one of mine, Kay, but yes. Whoops. What the? There we go. The intro is really solid. It's funny, all three Breath of Fire games have a solid intro. Every single one of them. 1's was good, 2's was great, and 3's was awesome. Until you hit McNeil's niche. Yeah, I think I would agree with that, Nerazos. Probably because it's trying to transition into the second arc. And also, we run into a big padding section before we transition to the second arc. Which then immediately leads into another giant padding section after we've transitioned to the second arc. Vibes. I don't think I'm going to give this game a replayable positive. I haven't given any of them so far. Most RPGs don't get replayable positives, honestly. Some do. Good ones do. No, I'm doing the audit, Craziners. I know you can't see it, but I have a whole spreadsheet up here that I'm going through. And I try not to rush this, because I don't want to make any mistakes. That's it. Negative 24 to gameplay. That does mean we're in net positive territory. Let's get us a golden number, shall we? Do you have any Breath of Fire on here? I probably don't. It is interesting to think about, so there would have to be some shoving and some pushing in order to make that work, but I feel like we could terminate the arc at the Angel Tower and then just not go across the ocean. Relatively small, contained game, primarily about a young kid who discovers he's a dragon and tries to figure out what that means for himself and for his life. It's not like that's a short game. That's still like 15, 20 hours long just to get to that point. Do I seriously not have any Breath of Fire music here? No, of course I don't. It's all here. Well, here, have some Breath of Fire music. Gar died. But if you're talking about specifically, no, we didn't. The implication was that he turned into stone. Why did I buy the soundtrack back in the day? It's got a great soundtrack, but hang on. Check out some of this music in the OST. Like, listen to that sound variance. Different sound font and everything. Gar dying is fine, I just wish they did something with it other than, he's dead, moving on. That could work, Nerazos. But yeah, I actually have 3 songs from BoF 3 on my everyday playlist, which include... And the boss song you just heard. But also... I liked this song. I'm sorry. But no, back to this one. If you can guess what this game is from, you get a point. You don't get a point towards anything, you just get a point. I don't know why it keeps muting. Every time I hit the minus button, it's muting. I apologize. There's a lot of minuses I have to top up right now. Okay. Breath of Fire 1 had a net story score of -2. Breath of Fire 2 was +15, and Breath of Fire 3 was +39. Story has obviously been getting better each game. Cool. Breath of Fire 3 had 1 story positive per hour, and a ratio of 86%. Pretty respectable. Pretty good stuff. Breath of Fire 1 had a -42 to gameplay. Breath of Fire 2 had a -61 to gameplay. Breath of Fire 3 had a -24 to gameplay. Also the best gameplay of the franchise. Not really a big shock. Although that's more of a bzzz. Breath of Fire 1 got a -93 golden number. Breath of Fire 2 got a -103 golden number. Leaving Breath of Fire 3 to get... Can I get a drum roll, please? Positive 27.96, which sounds about right, honestly. Oops, wrong direction. There we go. No, it does track. That's not great, but that tracks for a game that has good story and bad gameplay. It is still net positive, which I stand by. And that actually still puts it about middle of the pack when it comes to the RPGs we've covered. Like, that puts Mystic Quest below this, Tales of Arise, Suikoden 5, Mass Effect 1, Fallout 2, Dragon Quest 3, Nox, VTM B1, Terranigma. So let's check who won. Because... Hang on. No... hang on. That's pretty close. Hang on a sec. Let me do some quick math. I don't have the formulas present anymore, Dr. Winter, so I have no idea. The old formula was more logarithmic and less linear, so it probably would have been lower. Because it does this. .54. Hang on. 29.5 minus 27.96 is 1.54. 27.96 minus 26 is 1.96. No, it's 5. It's 5 by 0.4. So congrats, Fife. Drop this down here. That's going towards Hitman 3, the FF Pixel remasters. Yeah, I had to break out the calculator for that one. And the Kingdom Hearts block. I'm gonna go get some food. I got some paperwork to do. Then I need to close my eyes for a bit. When we get back, Lunar. See you, everybody.